grants were written around the central theme of enhancing STEM education achievement. Each individual institution, led by their respective advancement offices and their STEM leadership, academic leadership team, the grant applications with their respective advancement offices and STEM goals, the goals of the STEM program within those institutions and the needs of those within those respective communities. The SUSLA grant, the award, will allow Southern University and Shreveport to establish the STEM Academy, which will have two major tracks. Track one is dual enrollment for high school students, allowing them to accelerate opportunities for STEM education by allowing them to enroll in STEM programs. They'll have exploration opportunities and lab projects, field trips, STEM competition camps, scholarship awards, allowing them upon completion to achieve degrees and certifications in STEM career fields and industry-based certifications. Track two is unemployed youth, considered around attracting unemployed and underemployed youth. This track will provide access to fast-track training and internship opportunities for unemployed and underemployed adults who face financial insecurities due to the pandemic. Scholarships will be provided to help individuals train for industry-based certifications in high-demand career fields, allowing them to become gainfully employed. Members of the Southern University team included, of course, Dr. Ellis. Thank you for your leadership. Those I including this for the 10% of Resource Grants Development Officer, Dr. Terry Kidd, who is here from the Justice Department for the Freeport, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Workforce. Also, Dr. Barry Hester, Dean of Business and STEM. And for those who could not be with us today, Ms. Janice and her workforce team, she's the Associate Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Workforce. Also, Dr. Tuesday Controlling Assistant Vice Chancellor for College Success and Dual Enrollment. Thank you, Dr. Melvin Williams, for her support. And Ms. Shanice Robinson in Adult Education. Now, please welcome to the program, Dr. Terry Kidd, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Workforce. Thank you, Dr. Kidd. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome to the podium our regional AEP representative who championed this grant and this initiative all the way through the regional, the local, the regional, and the state and national, the national level of AEP Foundation, the manager of external affairs for Swepco, North Louisiana, Mr. Michael Corbin.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here today. It's good to be at a meeting in person and not. Obviously, we're all happy to be here in person from the number of people in the room. I am very proud to be an employee of American Electric Power. For years, culture, and all been parts of our day-to-day activities. And just a few examples of that. In the past 5 years, from our executives in Columbus on the top floor of the headquarters building to the men and women who work on electric lines in Hornbeck, Louisiana, we've engaged in daily conversations about culture. How can we improve the culture within our company? How can we provide more opportunities? Washington, D.C., we stopped all political contributions from our political action committee. We decided to take a step back and not only support those who supported our legislative agenda, but we needed to have a better look at what those candidates were doing with their social media posts, with their personal agendas, and set some guidelines for how we gave money out. And I think the most important thing that we did is we established a $5 million fund through the AEP Foundation called AEP's Delivering on the Dream Social and Racial Justice Grant Program. And I'm very pleased today to announce that of that $5 million fund, our first donation is $1 million to 4 HBCUs for STEM. It's not only are the universities able to develop meaningful STEM programs for boys and girls that are coming up through the education system, but that this money will also serve as seed money for other foundations to build a bigger fund and create lasting programs. So with that, I know it's not official until there's a check, so here we go.
this time, I would like to again thank Mr. Carmen and SUSLA for such a beautiful report and grant. I now recognize, now I will recognize you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, as a member of the Shreveport local East Texas community, let me say that it's important. Indeed, thank you for this investment in Southern University and in our neighborhood in general. A little bit of trivia for the benefit of those who do not know the area. Swepco STEM is the electrical provider for a large strip of East Texas. Oklahoma, I believe it's called, some of Arkansas, and a great portion of North Louisiana. The unique thing about it is, you will remember from the storm we had in February, ice storm, when all of Texas was blacked out, according to the efficiency of AEP Swepco. East Texas was devastated, and all of our area, we maintain our electricity. So they're doing something right.
Thank you. Any other comments? At this time, we will move to public comments. Do we have any? No public comments. Now we will go to action item. Action item A, request approval of the College of Agriculture, Family and Consumer Sciences proposal to establish a new online degree program in hospitality and food industry leadership. And I'm going to call on Dr. Sahu to give us a briefing on it.
Good morning, Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. President, and Madam Chair of the Academic Affairs Committee. I saw when I came a great opportunity, a gap, that we could provide food service, tourism, healthcare, management, and hospitality, lodging. And I came from a business school where I had that unit, and I'm so happy, so proud to say that we are filling that gap. And it's a very creative way, and I think we have a wonderful opportunity to provide a new program, and you will see more of it coming when we do assess our academic inventory and where we find we have an opportunity to serve the needs of the state and mostly uphold the legacy and the mission of this great institution. So today I'm very pleased to report that we have completed all our groundwork, and it just needs we have done the letter of intent, which has been approved by the Board of Regents after you approved the concept. And today we are ready to present to you our hospitality and food industry leadership program, an online program that I think, will be really good fit for our program and what we offer at our university. And so to that, to tell you more about the program, I would like to invite Attorney Tracy Barley, who also serves as our Director of Online Programs at SUVR, to come and give you the report and seek your approval. Thank you. Attorney Barley.
Good morning, colleagues. Dr. Belton, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Sahu, and members of the board, it is with great pleasure that I stand before you today to support Dr. Sahu and Chancellor McMeans in this effort. As we all know, the economy has been seriously impacted by the COVID pandemic, but economic forecasts for the state of Louisiana anticipate a faster than expected recovery. And hospitality and tourism contributes about 4% of the workforce in the state of Louisiana. We see this as a prime opportunity for us to contribute to the recovery. We know that in the post-pandemic world, that the way we do business will be different. We see this as an opportunity for Southern University to directly impact the recovery and the direction of hospitality and tourism in the state of Louisiana. Technologies. We are actively engaged with the faculty for the College of Family and Consumer Sciences right now in developing courses for the online format. We are seeking partnerships with hotels and restaurants in the state of Louisiana, nationally, and globally, so that our students will have a full experience in this opportunity. We are excited again about doing this, and we think it's a tremendous opportunity for us to lead the recovery and to create some new practices in hospitality and tourism, and to make sure that we have students of color, diverse backgrounds leading the industry. If you have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer them. None? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any questions or comments? Second? Okay. It has been moved and second that we accept this proposal. All in favor, let it be known by aye. Any opposition? No opposition. Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item B, request to approve memorandum of understanding between Southern University of New Orleans and Bayou Community Academy. Dr. Ammons, will you give us a brief, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, teacher education continues to be a high priority for all of the institutions in the Southern University system, and certainly here at SUNO. And in that regard, we have begun to build relationships with both public and charter schools across the state, and especially in this region, for opportunities for teacher education majors for internships as well as permanent hires. I have with me this morning Dr. Willie Jones, the Dean of the College of Education, to give a description of the MOU with the Bayou Academy. I'll ask Dr. Jones to come forward.
Good morning. Good morning. Basically, each year, educational preparation providers are evaluated on the number of partnerships that we establish within the state. We also evaluated on the strength of the diverse areas that we place our students. This MOU is basically a partnership between Bayou Community Academy to serve as a placement site for our interns as well as our student teachers. Also, they agreeing to serve on our Teacher Education Council to help strengthen our programs and give us advice on new programs that we might want to bring on board.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Can I get a motion? It has been moved and second that we accept the memorandum. Any opposition? None. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Any other business? No other business. I'll take a motion to adjourn. It has been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. We go now to our Athletics Committee, Mr. Bartholomew.
One. Call roll, please.
Yes. Mr. Solomon,
Here.
Dr. Whitfield, Attorney Armady, Mr. Lawson, Attorney Shorty, Mrs. Smith,
Present.
Attorney DeMoy, Attorney Rutledge.
Here.
You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
Move.
Do I have a second? Moved and second. Are there any questions? Been approved. Any comments, public comments at this time? Are there any public comments? Action items. A, B, C, D. I would ask if anybody have any objections, removing global. Second, has been moved and second. Are there any objections? Hearing none, so be it. Thank you, gentlemen. At this time, we'd like to move to other business 6. At this time, I'd like to ask the athletic director to come forward
introduce our baseball coach who has done an outstanding job this year, the mentor.
Good morning. Morning. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be in front of you again today with exciting news. And I tell you that I just think that the person I'm about to introduce to you all today is a game changer and a star in the making in the game of baseball in the athletic world at the college level. And is he come from us as part of Southern University. His dad played at played baseball at Southern University in the 70s. And he also played himself for the legendary coach Kadolf. And obviously, a couple of years ago, just before the pandemic, we had a coach in place, Coach Jackson, who he served as the assistant coach to Coach Jackson. And so that was a late process of departure with Coach Jackson leaving. In the midst of this pandemic and all the challenges that's going on, it was the recommendation to you all to put this person in the interim capacity. And I would say that watching him, how he navigated himself and how he led those young men through a challenging season and kept them together to win the ultimate. And furthermore, as we went over to Austin, Dr. Belton and myself in the chair, we got a chance to sit back and take inventory of his leadership. And obviously we was very enthusiastic about the compliments that we received about the young men that he leads. And obviously that's a testimony to his leadership and the character to who he is. And so we are very excited to be back-to-back champions this year. He brought us a championship, and some say, well, ask the question, well, what are y'all going to do about Coach Crenshaw? And I say, well, what should we do? He won a championship. That's the ultimate, right? And so obviously we are pleased in how he led also those young men to a great APR score this year as well academically. So I'd like to introduce to you all our back-to-back champion coach, the leader of our program going forward. He has a lot of charisma and character. If you will, would y'all join me by giving a round of applause to Coach Chris Crenshaw. Say thank you to Dr. Belton, everybody on the board for giving me the opportunity to live out a dream. Those thanks as well. I appreciate all y'all for believing in me. Mr. Bartholomew, you have to be recognized.
Yes, Mr.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Coach Crenshaw. I tell you that Jackson State game was one of the most exciting baseball games I've ever seen in my life. But I did have a chance, as Coach Banks mentioned, to be in Austin and to observe from a distance you, your staff, as well as the young men on the baseball team. And I just want you to know, as I said to you last night privately, I want to say publicly, you all represented Southern University in a stellar way. And so we congratulate you again. And you have set the bar real high in your first year, all right? So you can't go backwards. We just, right. So we certainly wish you all the best.
Are there any other business for the committee? Hearing none. Dr. Whitfield, Mr. Whitfield, to adjourn, second by Mr. Lawson. Are there any objections? Hearing none, so be it.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew, for showing us how to run a very efficient committee. Dr. Whitfield.
Good morning and happy Father's Day, early Father's Day. We will now call the Facilities and Property Committee.
Dr. Whitfield. Here. Williams. Solomon. Lawson. Attorney Rutter.
Here.
You have a
Can I get a motion for adoption of the agenda? Move. Move and property. Now move to public comments. Comments pertaining to this agenda. Hearing none.
Good morning. So as I've been talking to Committee Chairman Whitfield all morning, I want to echo what he's been saying. Right now, it's time just to get to work. HB2 came out on Monday, and there's a few places that I just want to say the money is there, the programs are there. We're working pretty hard, and it's just pretty much time to get to work. I want to address Shreveport. The chancellor and I decided that it is best to go ahead and reallocate those funds for the roof to demo the gymnasium. Obviously, what comes after that is we're going to be asking for the trailing money because the trailing money to build a new gymnasium is not there, but that's going to be the upcoming request for Shreveport. Southern University Law School, the money for the addition is there in P1 and P5, P1 and P2. P2 will materialize in October. So that programming now can start. Also, the ADA restrooms for this campus, New Orleans campus, it's several buildings, the cafeteria, the health center, the administration building. We're gonna go in there and renovate the bathrooms to meet ADA requirements. And also, we're putting in touchless apparatuses. That's going to be pretty cool. The Collier building in Shreveport, that money is there. And I just met with that group, Turtle Engineering. We think we have two different things going on there, one mechanical and one for the building envelope. So I hadn't met with the architect there, but that's underway. Also, money in priority one for the mega shelter is there. So I want to end just like I started from Dr. Whitfield. It's time to get to work. Sir.
I'm looking at the roof. It's not now. We're going to go ahead.
That is correct. That is correct. We thought that we had leaks in the roof for a while, and so we had requested funds just to change the gymnasium roof. However, a study was done by FPNC just to really look at what other things, deferred maintenance, what other things were there. And the condition that the study, I guess, suggested that the building was in, I met with the chancellor, we met on site, and it's really just best to do a demolition package for the building.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
In fact, two concerns. I understand understand that now the recognition. I would simply ask that is human. Here's, I think, last pregnancy there on one of the floors up. A lot of
Sir, I'm with you 100%. I was like taking myself when I went to the Metro building. So what you guys have a certain setup. We walked around, but I actually just got my last quote in Wednesday from the elevator company, and we're moving forward with that pretty quick.
you are on task. I just want to make sure that my students can get up and down. What do we have in six to that building? Somebody.
Six.
Nobody knows? Okay.
Six.
Sixth floor. We're in the middle of the summer. It's a test. Trying to get up and down.
I'm on top of it, and the good part is I keep saying the money is there. The money is there to get the
The
job.
money is there.
Yes, sir.
We get it done. Lastly, and I'll close out, Mr. That Allen part of the building, the nursing center. This goes back to the idea of, Mr. Chair, you know, you're listening to people sometimes they will tell you things that you don't know. That's what invited me to be part of it. That's mine. And the staff knew. I knew what was going on. I'm not. Because basically, somebody thought it was a pretty good idea for you. Basically, in North Louisiana, we have a high water table. Ladies and gentlemen, they ain't gonna work enough. They work in Chicago. I've actually been down in, and I recommend anybody without a hit the math. The building, the part of the building under the nursing center. It's beautiful. I believe, Chancellor, you were privy to take a cemetery. And you guys review. It's beautiful. Under it, foundation of prop, metal beam. The water level is such that it is floating. It's just not a it's not. Now, let me get quickly back to the first walk. Mr. Chief, have you all thought about just filling it in? What do you mean? That's not in my expertise.
Well,
Filling it in with dirt or cement.
so when I went there and saw the same thing, not only has that mold growth started in there, but it has permeated throughout that first floor, and they shut off the beautiful building that you talked about, full of furniture still in boxes. They shut that off for anybody's use. And I'm happy to report we were able to cordon that room off. They have sump pumps in there pumping that water out. I hadn't got to figure out why that's there either. Meaning that I don't know why we would need it, and I'm trying to figure that out. If we need it, then there's a reason for that. If not, I'm like you, let's fill it in and move on. But I did find out a sump pump is normally in there, and when they cut the power to the outside alley, it shut the sump pump off, and that's why it started to fill up. But again, I'm happy to report Southern University can enter into the building and start unpacking and using that first part because they've cordoned that out. And now we have a mold remediation company coming in, and FPNC is paying for all of that because they were the reason that the sump pump got cut off in the first place.
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're giving attention to it. If you would just an update.
Yes, sir. I told the chancellor I'll be out there in 2 weeks. Yes, sir.
Good to see you. By the way, I remember numbers in the class. In the old days.
Absolutely. Eve's Hall.
Any more questions for and Mr. Chairman, I was on task to impress you with moving quickly to the meeting, so can Mr. Gilliam be penalized for taking a time? I just want to say that real quick. Any other business? No other business here, none. Move for adjournment. Any motion for adjournment? Move. It's probably been moved in second. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Whitfield. We go now to Dr. Carver. Whitfield. Here, you have a form. Chairman, thank you very much. I have our Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration, Dr. Hardy. With that. With your permission, that Mr. Benson, on behalf of- Yes.
Thank you. And the Ever financial report packet, I would like to bring a couple of items. As you recall, the last board meeting, we talked about several of the campuses had revenue shortfalls, and I have met with those campuses. And based on the reports that we are submitting this time, the two campuses last time, Southern University of New Orleans, Southern University of Freeport. Southern University of Freeport has made the adjustments using CARES funds, lost revenues, and based on the information that they submitted, the information that I have reviewed, that they're able to cover the shortfall with using the CARES. Southern University in New Orleans, they actually had enough expenditure, they could reduce their expenditures enough in order to balance their budget. As you recall, they had a $3 million appropriation for this fiscal year to help with the accreditation and to improve their planning. So based on them being conservative, they've been able to balance the budget by using those state appropriated funds that were put. One other thing is that I have passed around last time we talked the hurricane funds for the pandemic. The person was asked how long we had to spend those funds. And at that time, we did not have the vast. We don't have those now. So I can't give you the date, but I provided a listing of all the dates for each campus in terms of how long we have to spend the funds. And most of those funds should be expended by June 30th of 2022. Any questions?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. We still, the shortfall that we had, if we looked at what can be adequately addressed
That's correct, sir.
The situation, the concern, we should have those. That's what. Because the CARES Act is going to sunset.
Yes, sir. That's good.
And when we get direction for it, we don't have those yet. We have the regulations. That's when the sunset is.
Not certain at this time. So I said, that's why I gave the document. We have not gotten the authorization yet. Usually the date is on the authorization.
We don't really know. Right. For my point being, this is on the way in. This dovetails back to the short, with our consideration. Still dovetails back to the short the fact, let me say this again, when we get to the recruitment report there, we got to get some warm bodies to alleviate what's called self-generated portion. Self-generated portion that comes from tuition and student fees.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So we've got to get some students. Students equal to Mr. Chairman, the FTEs become equivalent. And the FTEs are equivalent to what? Revenue. So unless we correct that, while we now have the luxury of care on money, we can still have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Albert. Now recognize.
Lawson. Williams. Reed. You. Yep.
Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. So now, Personnel Affairs Committee, Mr. Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Personnel Affairs Committee is hereby called to order. Mr. President.
Yes. Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Reed. Ptolemy. Dr. Powell. Dr. Whitfield. And Dr. Wood. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, item number 3 is the adoption of the agenda. What's your pleasure? Move in second. Adopt the agenda. Item number 4, public comments. Are there any public comments on anything pertaining? Seeing no one, we will move on to 5, which deals with and B, staff salary adjustment, and item C, for the appointment of the executive vice chair.
Chairman, I would move A, B, C, and D.
We have a motion
And in my motion, I would also like to thank Dr. Belton and the chancellors, as well as the legislature, for making these funds available to both our faculty and staff. We know every little bit helps, but I do know that we still have some work to do, particularly when we look at the salaries of our faculty and staff, and we compare them to peer institutions, not only in the southern region, but just in the state of Louisiana. And so I would challenge our leadership to continue to be creative, such that we can pay our folks a living wage and that we can be competitive. Because if we're going to attract the best and brightest, we're going to have to be competitive in all aspects. And we're happy to see us the best there. But I want us to be creative forward, as to how we can sort of, because salaries is a moving target, as you know, every year you're behind. But for us to be intentional about it and looking at it equally as we possibly can to make certain that we remain.
Thanks so very much, Mr. Chairman, for the application. Again, to our faculty. We hope that this is indicative of appreciate your contribution. I would say you care about Mr. President, may I ask just one thing? Does this move us close to SREB averages?
In terms of faculty, the legislature and the higher education community sought, we did an analysis of where the faculty were in alignment with the SRB. So this allocation that we received moved the faculty in keeping with where they are. The allocation attempted to move them halfway to the point where they would be aligned with SRB. Next year, there's an anticipation that we could get another allotment that would bring faculty all the way up to the SRB average.
Indeed, Chairman Redmond said it's a moving target. The lead, at least we're committed to trying to get us.
Yes, that's all of the chair.
We believe that's how. So we're gonna have to make it. You included it. It's all in.
Yeah, now just one of.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I just want to take this opportunity to thank members of the advisory council who engaged in such due diligence to identify the executive vice chancellor and provost for that campus. Dr. Alex Penning chaired that committee. Dr. Williams helped facilitate it. And it was comprised of faculty members, and I certainly want to acknowledge the faculty senate president who's with us today, Dr. Oswald Devon, who not only participated on that search committee, but also hosted a virtual town hall with the faculty to actually interview the finalists. We afforded the opportunity of inviting the deans to also participate in this process. And as a result, we were able to identify an individual with more than 40 years of experience. One who I excited about having the opportunity to work with his name is Dr. Scott. So again, I just want to express my appreciation for their due diligence. We had as many as 70 individuals who applied for this position. So they filtered those candidates, and I'm pleased with the result. Thank you, Mr.
I'm not gonna meet Dr. Whitfield's record for the, I'll come back to that just a moment. I'm not gonna beat Dr. Whitfield's record for the time in the meeting, but may I exercise a little bit of chairman discretion? Dr. Sahu, would you indeed like to say a little something? We made the motion.
I made the motion and it was second, but I don't know that it was carried.
We're still at action item 5, A, B, C, D, and E. Okay. Do I have a motion for approval? We made the motion. Question? We carried the motion. We ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor? Let me know by sign of aye.
Aye.
Now, my private doctor. Okay. So order, motion is carried. Now we're open for Dr. South.
Now you're official, Dr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Gillian. I have instruction from my President Chancellor to be brief. I don't want this opportunity where I show disobedience to my President Chancellor. Please give me indulgence just for a few minutes. I have my watch with me. Just not more than 4 or 5 minutes. We started our meeting with a prayer. Those who know me, I start my meeting with prayer or a moment of reflection. So at this point, I would like to also acknowledge the divine and be grateful for this opportunity that I have. The opportunity to lead is always tied to the willingness to serve, and that's what I'm accepting today. I would like to thank the chairman of the Board of Supervisors and through him, every one member of the Board of Supervisors today for your trust that you repose on me. And I want to commit to the mission and this great legacy of this university, and I will do everything in my human capacity to uphold the trust that you have and fulfill the expectations you have in this position. I would like to thank President Belton. I've learned a lot in the last few months working in the interim position. I appreciate the guidance and your trust that you have in me. And I would like to again commit to the work and the direction that you provide, and enthusiastically, without any hesitation, fulfill every instruction that you provide and provide your honest input so that we can make better choices for Southern University at Baxter. And through you, I would like to also thank Dr. Feeney, Dr. Katara Williams, Attorney Woods, who all together had a very stringent and a very thorough advisory committee that provided you the advice. And I'm very grateful that I stood the scrutiny and that I rose to this position of trust today. Dr. Ammons, yesterday you gave me a set of keys. When I held, they seemed very heavy. 16 years ago, I stood side to side in a podium when we had lost our accreditation in North Carolina. And I was in the provost office, and you stood next to me and gave me the opportunity to be in an interim position. And when you came to SUNO, you even gave me another opportunity to be an interim position. And working, learning from you, we not only gained one accreditation, but we did a lot of things through the power of principle that seemed like miracle. Thank you, Dr. Hammonds, for helping me learn all through this journey and your trust. And I will be easing into the room that you had. For me, it will be sacred space. And I commit that it will be everything will be to benefit the students of Southern University at Baton Rouge. Our commitment to student success will remain focused and relentless. Thank you, sir. Dr. Oswald Devon, I want to accept this position of trust again in the name of the faculty I usually constantly remind myself I'm a faculty first and that I will do everything in my capacity to fulfill the mission of this university by using the faculty as a force for good and the faculty talent and the faculty energy to commit to student success. And I commit to shared governance, the best practices of shared governance, and try to engage the faculty, their creative talent, such that it will be the benefit to the students, benefit to academy, benefit to Louisiana. Mr. Kevin Taylor Jarrow, the student government president. Again, constantly I have said that it'll be all about students. Now that you are a member of the board of supervisors, you are not only the member of the student president, you are not only the SGA president, but you are one of my supervisors. So again, I will be always open for a phone call and your guidance how we can serve our students better. Now to the deans and members of the academic council. 3 years ago, I stood in front of you after I was affirmed to a senior associate vice chancellor position, and Dr. Ammons gave me the opportunity to lead the academic council. I stood in front of you and I showed the org chart where you all reporting to me, and I said, you report to me on paper, but I work for you, and that has not changed. We believe in distributed leadership, Mr. Chairman, that each of the deans have the buy-in to serve the mission of this university. We have a set of goals that we try to accomplish, but they have the freedom, they have the resources. With the responsibility, there is also authority to execute the plan. So that will continue. Academic deans and the members of the academic council, I commit to you to support, and we will continue to do our work for the university. When I leave home and come to our campus, on the 3rd floor, I have a family. That's the beauty of Southern University. Members of the Board of Supervisors, many of you went to Southern University or a school similar, but you were transformed when you were at Southern University. That's why Mr. President reminded us how you give your time freely and your commitment, and you give your money, you give your talent, you give your time, and that magic continues. And I commit to you that this transformation that takes place at Southern University, not just grades, not just graduation, and that will continue where our students will go on to graduate and have productive careers, but live noble lives and come back and serve the way you do, and also be global citizens. Give me a chance to recognize my 3rd floor home and the whole team. We are half our strength, but the strength of this family has continued to keep this ship afloat. And I want to recognize Ms. B, Ms. Thomas, and Dr. Harrison, please stand up. Thank you so much. I want to end by recognizing my wife, because she stayed up when I was doing QEP. It was past midnight, and I'm accepting this challenge, this opportunity also. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Please know that I will do everything that I can to serve this university to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much, Dr. You may have no last perception period of time. I walked away from that saying, including that indeed we have a spirit in terms of our passion, our love for students, that, and I believe the rest of us on this spirit. Congratulations. Thank you. An information item that deals with an update of human resources processing, aid, hiring and onboarding, leave transfers and terminations. Mr. President, may I defer as to how you want to.
Good morning, sir.
Good.
You doing okay? Good.
How are you?
I'm good. Yes, I am, sir. That's okay. Yes, sir? Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. I am going to bring you up to date on our current hiring system and take you through the life of an employee at Southern University system. This is an overall plan. It encompasses all of the campuses. Some may do a little bit more, some may do a little bit less. I just want to acknowledge the chair for asking for us to bring this to the board so they can kind of see what we're doing. And I also want to acknowledge Dr. Michael Torrance. I hope he's listening. He assisted me with this presentation. So I'll get started. And then if you all have any questions, just let me know. All right, I guess, okay, can everybody see? All right, okay, we'll go from here. All right, first, we're gonna start with the new hire process. Welcome to the team. How do we do that? We have three parts to our approval process. It goes to the hiring department, the HR, and then finance and budget. So when the hiring department wants to hire a new employee, they have to begin the process by updating the job description and using what we call a position vacancy authorization, which is currently in a paper form. And what we do is begin to complete that process. And then you will see the life of the PVA as we move through this presentation. We also have a position vacancy announcement, which we have to complete in the event you want to post the position. Now, if the position is going to be waived and you want to need a waiver letter, then you have to get the waiver letter, and that has to be approved by everyone up through the chancellor. All right, then once the PBA makes it to human resources, we review, we process, and the hiring department submits the position vacancy authorization to us, and then we review it, sign it, and then we send it to finance and budget. If a search is required, all the documents are maintained in human resource until the position vacancy authorization is returned to us. All right, when it moves to the finance and budget process, then we have to, the finance and budget process receives it, logs it in, they verify that there's a budget for the previous employee. Then they disseminate the position vacancy authorization to the controller's office's divisions to verify funds. So when they want to verify funds, it depends on the funding source for that particular employee, and they have to verify that the funds are there. Then they forward it to the finance and administration's approval. So either the vice chancellor of finance and administration will approve it, and if necessary, the vice president of finance and business affairs will go to the chancellor, then it'll go to the president, and then the paper document is returned to human resources. All right, so that is the approval process. So then once it returns to human resources, then we begin the onboarding process. So if we go through a search, we do the search, we just go through the hiring department, selects a search committee, they conduct the search, they submit the candidate to human resources, or if the candidate needs to go to the board, the candidate is submitted to the board. If it doesn't, it's submitted to the chancellor or president. All right, if we have a waiver, as we discussed earlier, we submit the waiver request letter, and that includes the candidate's name, justification, and all of that has to be approved by the president and then submitted to human resources, and then the candidate's name is submitted to us. Then the HR process. Once we begin the onboarding process, we do all the pre-employment documents. All of those documents have been automated. We go through what we call a process of we process the E-Verify, which is the new I-9 process, which is electronic now. We do an electronic conditional letter. Offer letter is sent to the employee. All the hiring documents are sent to the employee via email. We also have an electronic background check process now, and HR, we find the U number and we generate the email. So when the employee comes on, everyone gets a U number, we give them their email, and then we submit all that information back to the department so that they can begin the EPAF process. Now, speaking of the EPAF process, then we began the EPAF process. Most of the board sees a paper version of that. We do an electronic version of it. So it's created at the hiring departments. Then they send it through an electronic approval process, and the minimum approvals are listed for you. So we go through the department head, HR reviews it again, the manager, the dean, the budget office, the controller's office approves it, the vice chancellor, finance and administration, and the chancellor. Those are the minimum approvals. Now, some departments or some employee types will require additional approvals, athletics, because they have additional layers that they need to go through, grants, which will have to go through the grants department, and our student workers have to go through a different approval process as well. All right, that's the onboarding process. Now, internal transfers are basically done the same way as an onboarding, but if the hiring department wants to bring on the person, they do the same exact thing they would do as a new hire. So they go through to update the job description, they do a purchase vacancy authorization, they do the announcement if we're going to post the old position, and if they need a waiver, they do the same thing. So we go through the same kind of process with in the HR process, we have we do one additional step. If the position exists already, then we kind of move it to the next level. If we are creating a new position for the person to transfer to, then we have to create a job classification for that position. Then we move it to finance and budget. And then we go through sort of the same process we did at the approval process. We do, it goes to HR. We have to see if there's some money for the previous employee. And we kind of go through the same process for internal transfers as we do on board. Okay. Now, if we're separating an employee, if the person voluntarily leaves us, they submit a resignation letter. We submit the letter to the manager, submits it to HR, and then we notify all parties, and then we we begin to assist the employee with the checkout process. If it's involuntary, the hiring manager submits all the required paperwork to terminate. We get all the necessary approvals. Then HR meets with the employee and notifies them of the termination. And then we also begin to help them with the checkout process. Now, the checkout process. Right now, that is in a paper form, and we basically have the employee go through and has to walk through and verify and get a signature for all of the listed departments on this list. So they have to go to their faculty. Faculty has to make sure the grades are in, the dean, executive vice chancellor, physical plant, facilities operations, property manager, library, campus police, sponsor programs, controller's office, IT, and human resources. I just wanted to highlight the fact that once it gets to the controller's office, we do have a few other steps that we go through. The controller's office receives checkout forms from the employee, and then they prepare the checkout form and they distribute it through different divisions within the organization. They all look at it at the same time, and then they resubmit it back to one person, and then one person gets the controller to sign it and then submits it to human resources. Now, this is basically how the life of an employee at Southern University right now. Over the last 3 years, we've been doing a lot of things to improve our process. So I want to just give you a list of the accomplishments that we've done so far. We basically streamlined this process. We've revised our new hire orientation program. We've automated the whole tuition waiver and payroll deduction process. We've also automated all of the forms listed. We've implemented E-Verify. We've updated our website. We created workflows to kind of help automate some of our processes. Now, we've also have these particular paper forms that will be going, we are trying to automate. The main one being this this position vacancy authorization, which you saw that we have, as you went through the presentation, it is a paper form that goes through a lot of processes. So we're working on automating that at all of the campus. SUSLA has successfully started using theirs. Baton Rouge, Landmass, and SUNO are currently working on it. We're trying to do change in payroll automation, direct deposit automation, and this checkout form, which we talked about earlier. All right. What we may need to do to make sure this process works most efficiently is to do some banner upgrades. The list of banner upgrades, we've been meeting with Banner over the last year, as well as outside HR software companies to assist us in improving our operations. So these are the banner upgrades that we would like to implement, or we would need to implement to improve our operations. That would be integration from Banner to benefit systems, automate our lead report, implement Banner document management, allow us to upload a lot of our paper, implement the performance manager, implement our faculty load and compensation module, offboarding, and improve our self-service. So these are some of the things that we could use. The price of all of that currently, we would probably need to upgrade, would be about $1 million. We would need to add some employees. As we begin to move into the new academic year, HR will be taking on work study students and processing them through human resources, which will require additional employees. We will need temp employees to help us prepare for the upgrades. We also would need an IT person dedicated to human resources and the cost of the banner upgrades. So these are the things that we're doing in human resources, and these are the things that we need to get us to a better place. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Gillen? Yes. Thank you. Colleagues, I requested the presentation, and I want to thank Dr. Belton and Woods for facilitating this today. I did have an opportunity to speak with Attorney Woods about some of the complaints that I received, and I'm really more interested in how we can improve upon the system.
Yes, sir.
I think we know where our challenges are.
Yes, sir.
It reminds me of the old Martin Hanford children's book puzzle, Where's Waldo? You know, you got a routing form. On one of these slides, I counted about 10 or 11 or 12 different signatures on it.
Yes, sir.
And so what happens, and you and I talked about this, what happens when it gets to one person's desk and they're out for a week?
Yes, well.
And I know we've had instances, because I've gotten phone calls about it, that people have not been paid timely because we couldn't find out where Waldo is.
Well, that's right.
All right, because the routing form is on somebody's desk that may be out, may be sick, may be on vacation. And I just think in 2021, we can do better than this. And I really would like to see, Dr. Belton, some uniform approach to how we improve upon this system to try and automate this as much as we possibly can, such that if a signature and an approval is required, if the person does not have to physically be at their desk to do it, but to log on, there's some kind of alarm system that keeps the person in check throughout the routing system. So when we're onboarding people, they don't miss 2 and 3 paychecks because we don't know where Waldo is. And so, and I don't offer that to make light of it, but it's just the analogy that I think amplifies the point that I'd like to see maybe us bring something back in August to review where we are in terms of our ability to automate as much of this and sh- uh, uh, lessen or shorten rather the amount of time that it takes to onboard a person. I think when you and I talked, you said on average, if everything went well, it would take about 2 weeks. Is
Yes.
that right?
That's right. If everything goes well, it's 2 weeks. If there's some issues with the process, it can vary from 2 weeks to maybe sometimes even 3 weeks, 4 weeks,
Or longer.
or longer.
And until all of these signatures are acquired and this paperwork is processed, this person is not going to receive a paycheck.
Yeah, and it won't be onboarded. Yeah, won't be onboarded moved along.
So obviously we've got some room to grow.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to hearing maybe in the August or September meeting, Dr. Belton, what work has been done on this
Okay.
to sort of help bring us into 2021. If you will.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Dr. Todd.
Mhm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Well,
Further questions or clarification, Mr. President?
No, actually, I wanted to just acknowledge the good work of Attorney Woods. We really have come a long way in human resources over years, but as you've all can attest, we still have challenges. And it really comes down to money. I think we've done a lot of assessment. In fact, I think she has about $200,000 now that she has. That's so now it's just about responding to the additional $1 million that enable us to move forward. We think that we could that may well have the resources to move that forward, and we're going to bring commitment extension be anticipated an update to you all, given evidence to mitigate these.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there further questions? May I propose consideration, Mr. Chair, would this possibly fall for review of our consideration for the retreat we're going to have in a few minutes?
Yes, and I was thinking about that, Mr. Gillum. And as I indicated in the email, Mr. Sloan Group is going to be reaching out to every single board member. And I know in my list, I was going to put this in there. I want us to be judicious, obviously, because there's so much you can cover within when you consider the scope of the enterprise. But you won't be able to do it effectively, right, if you try to cover everything. So I wanted to try to figure out what was really important to the board and to make certain that we give that optimal consideration. But this is one thing that perhaps we could spend a little time on, which is going to be in August. So by then, there should be some progress made. And one of the things I suggested to Attorney Woods was asked whether or not there were any best practices. Ms. Williams touched on what they're doing perhaps at Delgado, but were there other best practices in higher ed that we could also look at and not have to reinvent the wheel to see whether or not there were.
We did look into that. Most other universities in the state, the ones that use Banner, have an additional add-on over above Banner, which is an HR system directly for HR. ULL uses NeoGov, and we did a piece. They presented to us about 3 or 4 weeks ago to offer us that product, that add-on product, and ULL uses Cornerstone, which is a product of Banner. So they use Banner, and then they have an add-on just for human resources, because Banner is not a human resources product. So most of the best practices at most universities, LSU also has a product that they use system-wide that we looked into. So when we get our Banner up when we do the Banner upgrades, then the best practice would be for us to add on another HR module, HR software tool to assist us. So we can basically automate most of this.
Are there further questions?
All right, thank you.
This concludes, I think, the further discussion. Move on to item number 7. There are other business before this. Chair will entertain move and second. Sign of aye.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. Now move to our Recruitment and Admissions Committee, Chair Lady Reed.
Yes. Ms. Reed. Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gilliam. Mrs. Smith. Ms. Williams. And the rest. You have a form.
So move.
We have a
Yes, Madam Chair. With your permission, we are going to invite each of the campuses to offer a brief presentation, starting with Southern Baton Rouge, New Orleans. Dr. Priestley will facilitate the presentation for us. Vice Chancellor, Enrollment.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to represent Southern from Baton Rouge with discussion on our enrollment processes and on our projections for fall 21. I'll start the discussion by explaining the enrollment, advising and financial aid processes, and we will discuss some of our activities for fall, which are leading us toward our fall 21 projections. I'll start the conversation with the enrollment process, which is something that my team and I have been working on for quite a while since my onboarding in August. We had conversations, lots of conversations about the roadblocks that students have when they have to enroll in the institution. And so what I will do today is demonstrate for you these steps. This particular document that you see on the screen is one that we devised and developed as an enrollment management task force to ensure that students have on paper what they could see as the process. What we understood in our discussions from August through December is that students are not quite sure what the process looks like. And so we learned some of that from the students that were on our task force. So what I'll do at this time is show you what the enrollment process is like. And students can do this online. A student from California can enroll. If they have no particular issues like holds or academic appeals, they can do this from online completely. Marcus.
That's the point I hope you reinforce. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. But that is a very important, again, for the board members, we worry about the death of people calling us about students having these kinds of issues. And a lot of those issues aren't Southern University in New Orleans or Baton Rouge or Shreveport or Boston. More often than not, the applicant did not do something. And one of the things that I have been saying is that if you start early, take advantage of the online portals that we have, you shouldn't have to worry about staying in line anywhere on campus to become enrolled. Is that right?
Absolutely. And so I wanted to make sure the members know that there's a copy of this slideshow in that folder that was handed out. So a student would go to our website and go to student, click on self-service. They scroll down to banner self-service. And I have a dummy account that I'm going to use. You're just there with me. Type in their ID, log in. They will go to student from here, registration, look up class, select a term. I'm going to scroll down to SUBR. Fall 21. And submit. I'll choose Ag Science. And I will do orientation course 110B. You select this right here. And this is as you continue to make your courses. And then you hit register. And you can see all the other courses that I've registered for. At this point, the student would then go to mark. The student would then go to pay their bill. And so the next step would be to, I'll show you that video, a quick video of that, because I don't actually have a bill I can pay right now. But this will be the very next step the student would take to finish the process. Okay. Yes, sir. And I will talk about that in a few. Thank you. So once the student has registered for the course, the next thing they will go stay in that banner platform, hit student, hit accounts, and then this will be the process they would take to finish the
To
process.
successfully pay your fees in Banner self-service, please follow the instructions to accept your enrollment and complete the registration process. First, log into Banner self-service. Click on Enter Secure Area with My SU Login. Click on Student, Student Accounts, and Account Summary for current term. Select the summer, fall, or spring term and click Submit. To pay by credit card, click on Pay Now. You will then see the student account online via CashNet portal. Select Make Payment at the top right of the screen. Check the box and enter the amount you're paying. Select Checkout and Continue Checkout. Enter your credit card number, expiration date, and the specified amount. Click on Continue Checkout, Review Details, and Submit. Once you have made your payment, review the financial responsibility policy and click Complete Enrollment. At this point, you have officially completed the registration process. Print this screen with specific emphasis on the green confirmation message. If you have questions, contact Enrollment Management.
And so actually the student can complete that process online if they need to do that. That is barring that the student has no judicial holds, no academic holds, they're not on SAP, they've not been selected for verification, missing documents in their application, or they need a signature. If the student is clean and clear, they can register from China online and never have to come to the campus. If there are forms that they have to fill, we do have forms online that they can use. And we've communicated this to students in the newly formed enrollment management website that we've created. So students can go there and see a registration link that has this information and many other how-to videos throughout the process. We also implement lots of enrollment campaigns, and that's where your question comes in, sir. We actually, in those particular processes, advise students. We go into the system to see who is still having roadblocks, and we contact them through text messages, robocalls throughout the process, and even leading up to the process to make sure that they know that we need to see you in the Office of Financial Aid or in another office to finish this process. And we've asked the SGA to help us get this message out as well.
Remember, JAG.
So I'll talk for the rest few of my minutes with you about academic advising and our financial aid process. Academic advising is housed in our university college, where is a centralized center for advising new freshmen, readmits, transfers, and students who are with 30 credits or below. So if they're a freshman or a sophomore, we have 6 academic advisors and 1 transfer advisor to help them. The process is 4 steps throughout the life of their time there as a freshman and sophomore. The first one is to orient them in our new registration, new student orientation. We begin that process of staying in touch with students about their academic progress in stage 2. So there are plenty of meetings, as you can see in stage 3, monthly or either by semester, 3 times a semester for students who are in good standing and 4 times a semester for students who we see are at risk. And then finally, we transitioned them out. And what Dean Johnson and his team called it a big transition. They go from us to 31 credits to their particular department. And with Dr. Dorsey and Harrison helped us to ensure that we know who those advisors and administrators. Financial aid, Ms. Davis and her team have 7 steps that students definitely have to go through before they can be taxed. We have a checklist for them. The first one is for them, of course, to complete the FAFSA. FAFSA is available October 1st, and so Ms. Davis and her team have enrollment campaigns to make sure that students are completed by October 1st. The sooner they finish, the sooner we can begin to process them for the next academic year. The second step is to just make sure that they're eligible and their requirements are intact, that they have FAFSA on file, what their status is, that they accept the terms and conditions. And then this is where the big bulk of our work comes in stage 3. If students have been selected by the federal government for verification, then we have to make sure that they get that message. The feds send the message to us, we get it to the students in messages like text messages, robocalls, emails. And we've also been having some Zoom meetings with students who have been selected for verification. The athletics department has been very helpful, for instance, helping us to get groups of students that might be athletes that have that verification. And so we work with different cohorts of students to make sure they are clear. And they can also be on SAP. So at this point, we work with them as well, students who haven't done so well academically. You cannot get to stage 4 until you get out of stage 3. After you finish with everything in terms of verification, if you've been chosen, you move to the award letter, which is sent to them by the staff and financial aid, and students are notified to come in and sign and accept that award. If loans are involved, they need to come in for counseling. If scholarships are to be applied, we do that as well. And then they go on and pay their fees like you saw in the video. 7 steps. And so as we've begun our process of getting ready for one, we started by looking at our enrollment trends by student type to see what students we might need to tap into more so than others. As you can see here, the numbers are pretty stable. And if you are, those of you who have the presentation, you can see them pretty closely. Dual enrollment, for instance, has been increasing over the years, and so has transfer. But we use this data to determine where we'd like to go. We also took a look at our enrollment trends. This data came out of the Institutional Effectiveness Office that we use to guide our work every day. Dr. Feeney, Dr. Benaga work with us to ensure we have the numbers accurate. But we noticed in 17, 18, and 19, we had some significant increases, 1.6 and 17, 3.6 and 18, and 6.6 and 19. And so we decided that we were doing very well during that time, that we would use that average to make our projection for 21. 2020, we believe the culprit really was the pandemic. And we don't think that we started that year out when we were getting our numbers together. We were at 7,000, just above 7,000. And then what happened with many of our students, the students we serve in our institutions, mostly for minoritized students, low income, Pell eligible. We know that the digital divide, which was supposedly over before the pandemic, you could see research that say that divide was over, but COVID showed us that it wasn't. And so the students that we typically serve suffer from that. But we feel like based on these numbers from these 3 years, we can project conservatively for 2021 from this 6917 number of 3.9%, which is the average of these numbers from 17 through 19. And so we're hopeful about that because as we move into fall, we've had some numbers that look really good so far. I'll just show you that in summer, just this past, the current session that we're in now, we have 2,142 students registered. This is data that I pulled early this week, but that as of Monday was compared to 16 last summer this time. For fall registration, last year we had about 3,500 students registered. So we have like a 15% increase as we look at the numbers daily. We're at 4,102 as of yesterday in terms of registration. And then with our new student orientation registrant, we see that about, I got these numbers this morning. 1,049 since just yesterday has increased to that number. And last year this time it was at 738. So we're pretty hopeful about that. And as Ms. Freeman and her team have begun to get our yield for this year, we've already received 9,585 apps and admitted 5,082 of them. And so as we continue to move forward, we're hopeful about our projections for this year. So in essence, our goals for the year surrounded or are aligned with 20K, Imagine 20K. We plan to increase enrollment, improve our registration process, and continue to work on that and implement initiatives that will increase our retention, which is more important than most things around campus, is to make sure that we retain the students. And Dr. Johnson and his team at University College have many initiatives that we put forth. As we close this particular presentation, we in Enrollment Management at Southern at Baton Rouge believe that it's everybody's business to get this done. So we are working around the clock with everyone you see in this grid. They are part of the Enrollment Management Task Force that we've developed, and each day we're keeping in touch with each other to ensure that our students have a seamless process through the enrollment at Southern. Thank you. If you have any questions. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It's very yeah. On the President, I'd like to see some type of rest, way that the rest of you. And beyond your president, for your president, and we're here, some of them, we need to correct, we don't have to do with it. Starts back.
Yeah.
People are bluffing. I don't know the council.
Well, one of the things.
For us to that.
And I would just like to say to that point, we noticed that as well. Obviously, it was one of my first observations when I talked with the president, and we have submitted Dean Johnson a proposal for more staff to help us. But in the meantime, we knew that that wouldn't happen right away. So we are working with this third-party company called Trellis Group. They are 24 hours, 7 days a week. They help us to send out these messages, and so we get reports from them every week. We have seen some improvements because they're not advising the students, but they do help us to get the messages out. And we're doing it a lot earlier so that we can be able to handle that volume. But we are looking, we have made a proposal for more team members.
We have a couple of other questions. I know
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Williams had a question. I do, and I'm glad that you said because I have to answer what Mr. Lawson is saying. We have too many students that are not. I received all of the text and
thing that kind of gets me is it's all students that we should look at, but it's most of these honor students that are almost being because I know it's really important to teach parents that I go to college. She wants to come to college. She has been going to the and I want just to get somebody on next Friday. I'm working with Dr. Reconvene. I'm going to post about 5 kids that their parents are falling there. And this is my our job before go into a grocery store and you're going to get asked about it. But these students still are so because they are looked over like they really want to come here, but they have to really about that. And we can have that in out there so we're all under we understand that that's all because you can't continue to go like that. I get called, this is called a being parity. And the question was, I have a very good position. I'm exceptionally well. I am big in the here. And my daughter came to get a return call. She's going out to another agency. And that's the one that we lost. And that
Well, I'll address just a few because I know that we have to move forward. In terms of calls, one of the first things that we did when I came in August was I asked my team to give me every extension that a student could possibly call. And there were about 20 of them. And we tried all of them, and some of them had voicemail, some of them didn't. So we've been working with IT to correct that. Since I've come on board, and it is getting better. The other thing that because they're fixing some of those extensions, the other thing we've done is to create a call center, particularly around registration time, but we've extended that throughout the year where we have volunteers and we actually bring in some temp workers to answer the phones on the front end. And between 5 and 8 after work is over, the enrollment management team is returning those calls, which in a log, which Ms. Freeman created for us to receive the message and to be sure that we return the calls. And so during registration period, which is typically August through October for us, in terms of just making sure people get in, we work 5 to 8 to answer those calls. And then we've begun, Ms. Freeman makes sure that that scholarship packet is handed to a student at the front end. And on our new website, which we're still building, all of that information is going to be on the financial aid website as well. as a link to the enrollment management website. And so this is a new division starting last fall. So we're creating all of everything is enrollment management now, including that website. So a lot of the information that students might have missed will be in it. Yes, you may. We'll make sure you get that.
We have two additional questions that I'm aware of. Ms. Smith, if you want to, thank you. Do you actually have narration those with software that will
Yes, ma'am. In the 4 steps, getting admitted, getting registered and getting an advisor and paying your bill online, there are how-to videos with narration, just the way you saw that last one, how to pay your bill. And that is on our new website.
If they are needing to get in touch with enrollment management and they cannot by email, what are your options to get in touch with enrollment management? What are your options for calendar? Thank you.
Well, on this website, what I've asked my team to do, and if I were able to show it to you, you can go, when you click on enrollment management, every office is listed with every person's name, their phone number, their email, and their building location, along with a picture for those who weren't shy about taking a picture.
Okay, so
So they can get it from there.
so what I'm asking is if they cannot get in touch with enrollment management by way of IT, email, then because I don't know about all rural areas, but
Yes,
in most of the isolated or rural areas, it's very difficult because the bargaining is not there.
Mhm.
And I see something today that they're talking about surveying. So we are missing a lot of students simply because in touch with the university at all. Again, reiterate that there's a telephone call. I mean, it's almost obsolete. They call and they'll say, we can't get anybody to answer from our university campus. So that's one thing we really need to look at. They're lying there. I wanted to ask you about the call center. Dr. Bell, is there something that can be set up for call center? Because at this point, why not? Because they can get in touch with anybody. I get loads of calls. Sometimes I prefer, they're trying to get to that food. I would rather do New Orleans. They don't have a problem getting to New Orleans, but they do have a big problem. Dr. Carver, I know you have a question.
Yeah. I don't think so, but they are.
No, those 2 scholarships, that scholarship is not listed in that particular brochure. In terms of Stone and Clark, I'm working with Mr. Pugh to identify the funding stream for those particular scholarships. And so we don't list them. I did not list them because I need to be sure that I can refer a student appropriately. And so I work with Mr. Pugh with regard to those. Mhm.
those scholarships are applicable for students who are interested in coming to Baton Rouge.
Seven seven one 2300. I think is it right? 2300. And then I will make sure that it's aware.
About the scholarship in his office.
Yes, yes, sir. Anything with regard to enrollment management, I can direct them out, my team and I. So that number 771-2300, have them call. And of course, we hope that our call center is up and moving, so that we can receive those calls, but the volumes are high. And we have a log where we have these calls, these, people answering the phone, the logging for us. And then after we work, between 5 and 8, we try to go back and answer all those calls. So if you give them that number, you'll be able to. I have one. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Well, I know one topic that's gonna be on the, we could probably begin and end with this, one. But to, Ms. Williams' point, and I've long advocated this, that we have to present ourselves as an institution of choice, not only for the Des Moines Rutgers of the world who could just barely get in, right? But for the Ronnie Whitfield of the world, who could have gone anywhere. That's what we have to present ourselves as an institution of choice. I give a lot of credit to the Top Jazz program. We have a Top Jazz program that's underway, organized by a group of alums. Elvis Jackson, back in Kentucky, throughout the meeting, said that we're not scholarship, to your point. And they've done a good job of recruiting some very high active performing students. And so to the extent we can continue to cultivate that relationship, I think we're going to continue to see some benefits from it. Next point is about the phone calls. I'm very happy to hear that you talk about finding out what those exchanges are, because the worst thing that you can have is somebody considering country, and they think it's a matter of the telephone. And they continue to get a voicemail. I know it's frustrating for me and for anybody trying to get. And so one of the things I'd like to see perhaps you guys consider doing is at some point, you know the ebb and flow of the registration process, right? And your volume of registration is perhaps isolating those numbers that people call, suspending a voicemail, bringing in some temps to just have a call center where people are manning the phone and you give them a script that they can follow to appropriately direct and guide it to get an answer, not just pass them off to somebody else, pass them off to another voicemail. And I said this all up along. This space represents the lifeblood of the Constitution. And we're gonna live and die by our ability, based on our ability to get this right, perform at a high level, and so consistent. And so I think we have to approach this process with the customer service kind of attitude, right? And make people feel like we really want you to come to Southern University. We want to bend over backwards to do whatever we can to meet you. Finally, I shared this with Dr. Belkin maybe a year or so. I would like to suggest that you all consider not only at that need, but it's tough in the first but you can handle it. Some customer service stations. And let me tell you what I mean by that. At another institution where I was, where a person was enrolled, there were tents set up across the campus with students, employees who were clearly identified. They had a T-shirt on that said, "I'm here to help." They had coolers of water there, strategically set up throughout the campus. So when if a person is coming on campus and they're leaving financial aid and going to somewhere, they could not have gone very far without encountering somebody to offer them a bottle of water. And we know it's hot in Louisiana in August, right? With a T-shirt on that says, "I am here to help." Or, "How can I help?" And so I would like for you all to consider to incorporate that into the registration process.
Thank you. I like that recommendation. To your second point, we did draft, Dean Johnson was responsible last week for drafting a script for me that would go to the information center when calls come in for those people in the front room with general questions. His draft was due to me this past Wednesday, and I'll be looking at it next week to make sure we get implemented. We've begun our conversation at the beginning of the semester about how we're going to handle calls when they come in, because we do know we have control of what's going to happen. So we're preparing. We will talk to you next week about our 10 staff that will be coming aboard to help us. Okay.
I just wanted to come and say that I agree with Ms. Ann. I also as well get phone calls from students, text messages saying that they can't get in touch with a lot of departments, not just academic affairs, but also registrar, financial aid, all of that. So I would actually like to, we'll talk about it, but I just really want to take a deeper dive into customer service because I also agree that we need to have certain booths on campus. And I feel like students you can have some work studies with somebody who can do that.
Thank you, Senator.
Phone call. Set up temporary phone center, call center. We can catch up on each student. Prioritize it.
Say that Chief of Staff Dr. Wood helped us in the last semester to procure equipment in a small call center, which we set up before the fall ended, and we tested it out in spring. So it is in place, because we were able to garner equipment that we didn't have to repurchase and put it in our university college lounge, where it's aside from our tutoring and supplementary instruction. So we've begun that process already with the help of Chief of Staff Williams. Yes, it is. And so we'll staff it with student workers from the summer to begin, because we're getting calls all, we've been getting calls all year. So we'll staff it with the students for now. And then we will increase that number of people in the fall with our temp workers, probably around July 1st. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, members, for the lively debate, discussion, comment. If there are none other, I know we have some other presentations we'd like to move on to. Thank you. Any others? Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee and members of the board. I have asked our new Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Enrollment Management, Dr. Adrielle Hilton, to make the presentation on behalf of the university. Dr. Hilton.
President Dalton, Board Chair Rutledge, Committee Chair Madam Reed, and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Adrielle Hilton, Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Enrollment Management at Southern University at New Orleans. Within today's presentation, I will outline the admissions process, registration process, enrollment projections for fall 2021, housing implications. I would like to thank the SUNO team with the Office of Admissions and Recruitment, Office of the Registrar, the Center for Academic Retention and Educational Success, Financial Aid, and Res Life, as well as our Finance and Administration team for assisting with this talk. So our goal here at SUNO is each prospect or prospective student becomes a student at the university. Following, they will matriculate to graduation and become an alumnus of the institution. In order to achieve this goal, the prospective student is admitted, enrolled, advised, and registered. The student applies for admission, submits their documentation, applies for financial aid, meet with their academic advisor, register for classes, pay tuition and fees, and then they attend classes. We will now speak about the admissions process. Admission to the university begins with the prospective students applying online through the university website. Upon receipt of their application, the student receives a provisional admittance and is issued their banner ID. The student is informed of the further documentation that is needed to complete their registration, such as transcripts, test scores. An admission decision is rendered once all documentation has been received and evaluated. Most recently, a script was developed for each academic dean of each college based on students that have been provisionally admitted. We also have a chat feature on the website, as well as we have 2 past Student Government Association presidents that are helping with recruitment efforts as well. We'll now speak to the advising process. So for new students, transfer, as well as our continuing students. So upon verification of all student documents, the advising process begins. The student's intended major is recorded. Following, the student is placed in classes based on their test scores in mathematics and English. In addition, the said student is registered for the rest of their courses. Students are provided a schedule. At the completion, the student verifies acceptance of their financial aid. They are then welcomed to the SUNO family. If a student is a returning or transfer student, the student's academic transcript is evaluated through Banner. A determination of what type of advisement model is needed, developmental, intrusive, or prescriptive. If a student has failed classes, the CARES team develops an academic plan, which is signed by both the student and the team member. Students are enrolled in their needed classes. Students are in need of further academic assistance are referred to the Student Support Services Trio, tutoring, counseling, and/or disability services, with the goal of being successful as a student here at SUNO. Students are introduced to their retention counselor within their particular college based on, or school based on their major. The retention counselor serves as the liaison between the faculty and the student. Students with 60 credits or above are linked with their advisor within their major. Now I'll discuss the financial aid process. In order to receive financial aid, students are given the university code and must complete their FAFSA. The institution receives their financial aid information within 72 hours. All financial aid information is available through the student's Banner account. All terms and conditions are to be read and accepted in order to receive their financial aid. The student must then accept or decline all their awards. Next, we'll speak to the housing process. The university provides housing in our residence facility. A student must apply for housing and pay all necessary housing fees. Once the application is approved, the student must check their SUNO email regarding housing and their room and roommate assignment. The university is reviewing options for fall 2021 in reference to developing living learning communities, examining and conducting research on graduate and family housing, partnering with nearby institutions to provide housing, which has occurred in the past, and increasing campus safety through a new camera system. Our future goals is to improve housing in reference to renovating 100 apartments in summer 2022. Removing and replacing flooring, repainting entire apartments, updating appliances and furniture. So this data demonstrates that we have had students from SUSLA, Dillard, Delgado, Xavier in the past. We've also had faculty and staff, and we've also had other representatives as well. This fall, roughly, we will have 150 to 200 students from Dillard residing in our resident facility. Now we'll speak to the recruitment plan. So Student Affairs and Enrollment Management, which houses the Office of Admissions and Recruitment, submitted a recruitment plan to boost enrollment and increase students' visibility in the community of New Orleans proper as well as at large. A key to the plan will be a comprehensive marketing strategy in which the university will promote via several communication channels and avenues that cater to adult learners 25 years and older, as well as 18 to 21 years of age in major urban cities. In reference to enrollment projections, our goal for fall 2021 is 2,731 students. This is a 20% increase from fall 2020. In addition, our performance will be monitored through dashboard capabilities that will be measured every step. Questions? Sure, excellent question. We have a new resource manager, Ms. Imagine Moore, that just started 3 weeks ago, and we are examining transportation items for students on campus. So she's conducting research on that now. She just came aboard at the university. Thank you.
Good morning once again. On behalf of the Shreveport campus, I'm going to have Dr. Melville Williams, Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs and Enrollment Management, present our report.
Good morning. Thank you, Chancellor, Mr. President, and all of the members of the board. Thank you so much for having this on the agenda today. Our goal is to have students not contact us. We are working very hard to be proactive so that when students apply, when they're going through the process, that we're communicating to them ahead of time. And we're starting with our advertisement. You can see on the screen, you can scan that QR code and it will take you some of our advertisements that are being promoted on social media, on our different, advertisements on television and the like. So we're starting there with our advertisements. I'm encouraging you to please follow us on all of our social media channels. We are keeping students informed on all forms of social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. We are posting TikTok videos. Once a student applies, we're having them connect with us on social media so that they can, once, we have updates about now's the time to get your classes, now's the time to do financial aid, this group needs to, check this, this is how you check your account. We're posting those videos on, all of these social media platforms to keep students engaged, and we are enjoying that. So if you click that QR code, it will send you a link to all of our social media channels, and then you will be able to to follow us on all of those platforms. So please, please, please. And we're also asking that all of the board members, everybody listening, to please join us. And you can help us by retweeting and sharing everything that we're posting. Because when you're doing that, that message grows and we'll continue to get the word out there about what we're doing. We've been on the road recruiting. We were able to get back out to some schools and get in front of students. That is really exciting for our team. Our team is phenomenal when they are face-to-face. We did a pretty decent job during COVID, but they are really awesome when they are face-to-face with students. We're still online and doing things virtually in the virtual format. You'll see some flyers from our virtual chat. You can log on most any day and jump on Zoom and have a conversation with financial aid, have a conversation with admissions, have a conversation with our welcome center that can answer questions. And you can see right here, you can meet with recruitment today at 2 o'clock. Well, not today, but that day. And you could have met with them and you can hop on Zoom and get your questions answered. Same thing, Jaguar chat. And those are our recruiters there where you can log on, hop on Zoom at any time. We're also connecting with our athletics departments so that, we're meeting with their parents, meeting with the members of our athletic teams so that we can get them situated and ready for enrollment. We've also advertised and provided information about enrollment in our commencement program. This was our just a screenshot of our commencement program. So when everybody that came to commencement got that program, they were able to access a QR code on the back of the program that walked them through a welcome video, told them about our programs, and also led them directly to our application. We put the chancellor out there. He is phenomenal with students. He really is. And they like hearing from him. So he's done some chit chats with the chancellor on Zoom, and you can see he was on Facebook Live. When he's on, those are the most hit views. So we like to put him up front and center to make sure students know that he is connected and concerned and also congratulating them once they are become members of the Jaguar Nation. Right now, we are promoting on our website, huge. You'll see this is a screenshot from our website. If you go to our website, we're promoting registration and orientation, because once they get to orientation, that is when we walk them through the process, just hand holding them along the way. We also provide them tips on applying. These are things that we also post on social media. We also send it to their emails, and we're also calling them on the phone to let them know where they are in the process. We've narrowed down our enrollment process to about 3 steps that they have to take to get into college. They apply for their financial aid. That's really the first thing, that after they apply to the institution, the next thing that we're asking for them to do is to apply for financial aid, to complete that FAFSA. And then they get their classes and pay. So you'll see here, it's 4 easy steps to enrollment, and we have clickable buttons that allows a student to just follow the process seamlessly. We're trying to eliminate anything that will deter a student from moving through the process. Chancellor Ellis was very adamant about eliminating all of the steps that we had to get students in school. We know that our students are many times first generation, but we have students whose parents are doctors and lawyers and went to Southern. And so they've slept a few nights since they have enrolled last. And so they don't remember the process. So just because your parent did attend college, we like to level the playing field, because we know that, those processes for getting into school may have changed. Here's another QR code that allows you and students to see a video, a step-by-step video on YouTube. We're very active on our YouTube channel, where students can subscribe and follow us and learn more about how to complete enrollment. So if you click that, and it will take you to a how to complete enrollment video. The chancellor was adamant about ensuring that we have video tutorials that help people guide themselves through the process, and especially Banner. This is a welcome video. Once a student is admitted into the institution, they receive an admissions letter, but they also receive this welcome video. If you click that QR code, you'll have an opportunity to see that on your phone. A copy of our admissions letter, congratulating them to the Jaguar Nation. Now this is mine. So I'm going to show you this video. This is how to check your financial aid. We can skip it. You guys can just know that there is a video out there on our financial aid YouTube page. If you look up SUSLA financial aid, or you can scan that on your phone, and that will take you to a video tutorial on how to check your financial aid and how to look at your account to see where you are, what you need to do, and how you need to move yourself through the process. We've also partnered with Trellis to help us communicate in the mail. A lot of students don't get mail. They get emails, they may get messages and direct messages on social media, but they rarely get mail in the mailbox. So we're going back into the mailbox. Trellis, just like SUBR mentioned, they have sent out a postcard, and you'll see it there, to every single student that has applied, in addition to all of our returning students, letting them know what they need to do to complete the FAFSA and to get connected back to returning to the institution. This is also how we respond. Again, I mentioned we're trying not to have the phones ring, but we want to respond. And this is a copy of our Facebook direct message account. This is the back office. You'll see we have a student that says, hello, do you guys give out laptops to students? And so we're responding right away. That's an automated response that says, thank you for contacting us. And then we have a staff member that responds to DMs all the time, every day. I even go in and respond to DMs. Stephanie Rogers' team with marketing and communication, they respond to the DMs, and we all have access to that account so that we can respond to students because they are more comfortable communicating in DMs. National trends. We do have some challenges that we know that are facing us in regards to enrollment. You'll see from inside higher education that there are steep enrollment declines that happen to community college, and they were in the double digits. I see Mrs. Williams nodding her head, and you can scan that and that'll take you directly to that article. But we are persisting forward. Also, national trends and international enrollment. That has been, as you can imagine, with the decrease in travel from COVID-19 and some of the legislation that was put in place from a previous administration, we had some challenges as it related to international enrollment. We'll talk a little bit about how we're dealing with that. And what is unique to Southern University at Shreveport is the four-year Louisiana colleges waive the ACT and SAT score. So that is a huge plus for our four-year institutions. We are excited about the enrollment growth and enrollment projections for SUBR and and SUNO. But what we do know is that these trends will affect SUSLA quite significantly. And they have. They did last year, but we were able to see an increase. So you'll see there that the Louisiana Board of Regents did waive that. And some of those courses, and some of those standards will be in place for this fall. But the chancellor says that I get a goal, everyone gets a goal. So you'll see here that we do have a goal, and that goal is a 3% increase, which will put us at 3140. I also included in this a pictorial, if you will, of our historic enrollment for fall. So you'll see in fall 18, we were at 2619. We've been on a steady incline in enrollment. And so we're very modest increase. We had a pretty big jump from 2018 to 2019, and we all know what happened in 2020, where we squeaked by with an increase. Not enough, in my opinion, to drop the confetti, but we did have an increase, so we were proud of that. And we are projecting an increase for this fall. Another thing that I just wanted to share that I don't have a slide about, but Dr. Ellis and I have been in constant communication about this that's happening. When we're looking at trends and how we are enrolling students, we have to look at our pipeline. And we've just done some numbers and realized that, you know, our Caddo Parish has seen a 14% decrease in, you know, in high school students. So we are challenged in our area with a decrease of students that are graduating, that are within the pipeline of high school, but we are expanding our efforts to other areas, going outside of Region 7 and really beating the pavement to get out. We're proud of our partnership. I want to thank Dr. Kidd and Academic Affairs. We partner very well together to ensure that we're providing the types of educational initiatives that will help us meet those enrollment goals that we know you have for us, so you can be really proud of what we do. He announced a Global Education Uganda Collaborative. So we are partnering. You can be proud to know that Southern is in Uganda. And we will have a cohort of 25 students that will be with us this fall. So I'm really excited about that. So thank you, Dr. Kidd. We're also proud, and Mr. Gilliam, I know we've been really working hard on this dual enrollment initiative, but we're also excited of what we're doing in dual enrollment. We had 2 of our schools that were featured in the dual enrollment expansion magazine. And this, you'll see that this first slide is high schools with 75% or more graduates who took a dual enrollment course. So you'll see that Huntington High School is one of our schools, one of our partner schools. They were featured, and so was Lincoln Prep, and you all had a chance to meet the Lincoln Prep principal, the board meeting in Shreveport. And then on this table 13, which was also a featured school, high schools with 75% or more graduates of color who took a dual enrollment class. You'll see Huntington High School and Caddo Parish had 75% participation. But if you look at Lincoln Prep, 100% participation in dual enrollment for their high school students. We're their provider. We're working very hard with them, and their principal is also working with the principals in our local parish to help our other principals in our area to do the same thing so that they can, let's see. We also have programs that we are putting out there because we know that our students are coming to us because they want to earn degrees and certifications. We have some new short-term options to come be Southern, and some of those are here: engineering, quality insurance, engineering technology, petroleum technology, aviation, airframe, power plant, law enforcement administration. There's a huge list of things that you all approved. So thank you on behalf of the chancellor of what you've done to help put us out there so that we can put our programs forward, because we know that's what they're coming to do, is to earn those degrees and certifications. We're also a part of the Reboot Initiative, the MJ Foster Promise Program. It's designed to reboot careers impacted by COVID. It's named after the former Governor Mike Foster, and it focuses on short and medium-term skill delivery. And we are going to have about 170 students that will be able to, that we've provided $250,000 for. So we're excited about that. And then, of course, you also asked a question about housing. If you go on, we have a student apartments, the Jaguar Courtyard, which is state-of-the-art, a gated community where a student can live and learn. Here's a snapshot of our Jaguar Courtyard. It's a 240-bed facility. We're excited about that, and it gives us opportunity to have students on campus every day, even though our bread and butter is really commuter students and students that are online. But we're glad to have that liveliness on the campus. We're also posting, you can follow our Jaguar Courtyard page. You can chill and grill. There's a picture of our rooms, and of course, slide into the DMs so that we can answer your questions. And then you can also schedule a live video tour of the apartments. So you click here, you put your information in, and we can schedule a live video tour. We can FaceTime with you, and you can see the room. You can open up cabinets, whatever you want to do. We can have that for you there. And here's also, if you scan that, it can take you on a virtual tour of our Jaguar Courtyard on the inside, so you can really see what you're getting into. And one other thing I want to mention before I take my seat, I want to just give out our cell phone number. If any of you ever need it, it's our Enrollment. You can get someone, you can text. We give it out when we go out. So we want to give it to you, and we know people are watching us. That cell phone number that you can text at any time, the number that we give students, is area code 318-489-3798. You can text that number now. You can save it, lock it in your phone. You'll get a message back from one of our university recruiters, Miss Erica Brothers. You can also text me. I'm going to give you my cell number so that you'll have it for students. My work cell number is 318-519-7655. So you feel free to give those numbers to students. We want them to text us because we know that texting, we can get right back to them and then put them on a line or schedule them for a time when they want to get on Zoom, they want to FaceTime with us, or if they want to receive an email. That's all the information I have to present, but if you have any questions, I'll be so happy to answer them. Well, we still have a long way to go. We had a partnership with Black Belt, who was answering our phones 24/7, 7 days a week, even on Christmas morning. We just, in my opinion, and the chancellor's opinion, they still just were not fast enough. So we've transitioned to Blackboard. And so right now, we don't have that 24-hour experience, but we're pushing out the text messaging. Once we get Blackboard ramped up, trained, our team is working very hard to train them so they'll have the same knowledge that we'll have. We'll be able to meet the standards of Chancellor Ellis, who is asking that we answer the phone on the first 3 rings for that company, that in 3 rings, they'll pick up, answer, and be able to communicate with students. So we're getting there. We're getting a little better, but thank you for the comments. Yes, can you tell me one, it's a program, we have a lot of. Oh, our soft skills training programs. Yes, with Simply Success, we do have a platform. It's Southern U certified, and you can go on and you can take soft skills courses. We drip that content to prospective students so that they can take short-term courses in soft skills training like professionalism, conflict resolution, team building. So that gets them to buy in. They've taken those small little segments of courses that are 8 minutes or less. They can take those courses, get a certification. But what happens is once they take those courses, we're able to get their information and start to reach out to those students. So yes, thank you for bringing that up. And they're a phenomenal company to partner with. The company CEO actually gave a six-figure scholarship to SUBR a couple of years ago at Bayou Classic. So that's how we met, and we've been partnering with him ever since. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Law Center, Cancer Care.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all to the board for asking us to provide the information that we provided. I kind of decided to go low tech because I figured everybody would do high tech, and by the time everybody did high tech, everybody would be burned out on high tech. So I just kind of did low tech. It's too hard to read those little small screens anyway.
Dr. Renee, low tech.
All right, so each of you should have gotten a little folder. Dr. Renee, it's Southern University Law Center, and let me start with this, which I think is very, very helpful. We provided you with a spreadsheet, that has a 3-year history comparison. And this is a tool that was developed actually by, he's no longer with us in terms of being full-time, as Vice Chancellor Derek White. He helped us develop a spreadsheet that we could track what we were doing at all times, week by week by week. And so we use this spreadsheet to figure out where we are at any time in the admissions and recruitment process. And you'll notice, I think, a couple of interesting things. So the first category, total, that's actually total applications. And you'll see for 2021, currently, we have 1,116 applicants compared to last year when we had 928 applicants, compared to 2019 when we had 799 applicants. So, we did a 5 or 6 year trend. You'd see that those numbers have continued to move up every year. Okay. The second thing I'd like for you to take note of, and actually you have helped us as a board deal with this particular issue because it was going to become a problem if we didn't deal with it. You may or may not remember that you voted to allow us to create a separate track called a common law track versus what our traditional curriculum track. And here's the reason why. I had to explain it to the academic counselors so they could really see it. If you look at the bottom of the first 3, we have a residency, in-state versus out-of-state. Look at the number of out-of-state applicants from 2019 to 2020 to 2021. It's just jumping out the roof. And in fact, more than 60% of our applicants come from outside of Louisiana. And 2/3 of the growth that we have seen from 19, 20, and 21 are attributable to students outside the state of Louisiana. And last year, we actually had more out-of-state law students enroll in the law center than in-state law. And it's going to be a close call this year. So essentially, half of our law students come from outside the state of Louisiana. So that's a reason why we had to create this curriculum adjustment for the incoming first year class, because the reality is that half of them are coming from outside of Louisiana. There's a great chance that some significant portion of them are going to go outside of Louisiana and take bar exams. And while we have been successful with students with our traditional curriculum going outside of the state of Louisiana, we have remarkable stories. I know Mr. Lawson knows about one of our students passing bar exams outside of Louisiana. It's increasingly difficult for us to have them pass those bar exams in a very short period of time if they haven't studied some of that law that is not Louisiana law. So that's the adjustment. So you can see that particular process. So those numbers, so again, I thought I was going to be able to tell you that we would see a decrease in enrollment for this fall, because last year we had such a meteoric rise that I didn't think it was just possible to keep those numbers. Well, I'm wrong. We're going to have, again, more than 800 law students in law school. Somebody showed me a projection that it might even go up to 900. I said, nah, I think you're a little wrong, because you haven't counted the people that are leaving, but let's just say you're right that it's going to be more than 800. And we're still not done with the process. We're still waiting for the scores that come from the June exam that was done last week. So by the end of the month, we'll be able to determine. Already, we know that our day program is full. There's no more room in our day program. Anybody that is admitted in July will basically have to be part-time even. We just don't have to go. We don't have to. And that's just the way it is. So, that's a good thing. Now, how do we get there? Well, part of it is the process, which is we take every score. We know every student's score on the LSAT for every exam that's taken. We actually know the score. We get a report, and we start with that. And then we start our recruiting process by actually calling the folks with those scores. We actually have a little phone bank operation. It's headed by Professor Mike Gerard. Ms. Gail Mitchell helps him out. And then sometimes we bring in someone temporarily in, and sometimes we get folks overload, but they essentially start that process. And I mean, he's got a system down where we know everybody he's called, we know information about them. He simply passes them on to somebody else, and a lot of times he'll pass them on to me, and I'll pick up the phone and I act like I've known them all my life. And we had these conversations. And if they're from Florida, James Amlin is my go-to person. I have recruited more students out of Florida using the name of James Amlin. I bring them up to him sometimes. You know that's not a joke. That's real. That's very, very real. So we have that process, and we work that process throughout the year. And then the onboarding is very well coordinated between IT, financial aid, admissions and recruiting, and our registrar's office. They're all coordinated in terms of onboarding. So as soon as they put a seed deposit, they're going to get the financial aid, every process going. We're going to give them a SULC email account. We're going to create a process. And then we actually, because of COVID, we were doing sort of these admitted days and committed days, but because of COVID, we actually found it easier to do them virtually And we did multiple days, opportunities for that. We just did one last Friday evening, and we're doing one Saturday. So that's kind of our process. We try to make it as simple as possible, and we try to just go through it, and that's it. Not complicated. Thank you.
Moving on, the agenda. Is there any other business? Seeing no other business, I welcome a motion to adjourn. And seconded, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves, and thank you all for the presentations today. We look forward to updated information in the days ahead. We'll now call our Board of Supervisors, full Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Dr. Belton, roll call.
Attorney Rutledge,
Here.
Mr. Solomon,
Here.
Dr. Davis, Mr. Gilliam, Mr. Hilliard, Lawson, Reed,
Here.
Mrs. Smith, Dr. Thompson, Jeff,
Here.
Stella, here. Dr. Whitfield, Ms. Williams. You have a call.
Thank you. Well, I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any objections to the adoption of the agenda? Any objection? Hearing none, the agenda stands adopted. Are there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we go now to special presentation. Members, we will not have the presentation B and C. We will not have them today. We will now have our above and beyond award presentation. Dr. Anderson?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the board, President Belton. We have an award that will be presented by our Director of the Physical Plant, Mr. Derek James.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. President, Board Supervisor. As Facilities Director, I've had the pleasure of working with Ms. Amanda Washington for 3 years now. She has gone from various departments in the university, and she's found a home in facilities. Ms. Washington not only is my assistant, but she's taken on the role as stores manager and inventory controller. In her role as the stores director, she accounts for all of the inventory that comes in. She orders all of the supplies. She delivers them. In her diminutive stature, she asks for no help at all. I have to make her take help. She also does a number of other things in our department. She assists with the setups, chairs, tables, the backdrop. And just to give you an example of what Ms. Washington does, we have a building that's being demolished. And all of the equipment in that building had to be inventoried. So she goes in one Friday, inventories all of the equipment. And I tell her on Monday, when we return, we'll get all of the equipment out. Over that weekend, Ms. Washington went into that building. She took 150 computers out by herself, along with 50 printers, shrink wrapped them, put them on pallets. And when I got back here on Monday, I said, "What time you ready to start?" She said, "I came in this weekend and it's already been done." So, and she's the only person that probably spends more time on this campus than Chief Adams and myself. And I'm sure he can attest to that. She calls herself short and sassy, and she is that person. But she gets the job done in a number of ways. She keeps me honest every day. And she also does safety and transportation because I'm the director of safety and transportation too. So she does all of the insurance incidents. She helps with the audits and all of those things. And I couldn't think of a better person to nominate as an above and beyond person because she does it every day. Thank you.
Thank y'all for recognizing me. I greatly appreciate it. I love working here at Southern University at New Orleans and being a member of this family and this team. Thank you.
Ms. Washington, on behalf of our board and our entire system, it is my honor to present you with a certificate and a plaque. Commemorate you going above and beyond. So thank you very much for your recognition. Okay, we go now to action items. I'll entertain a motion for the approval of action items 6A through E. A through E. It's been moved and seconded that we approve action items 6A through E. Is there any objection? Hearing none, those items stand approved. Members, it's 12:07. We're about to go into executive session to facilitate the evaluations. They're going to be on the second floor, Dr. Ammons, is that correct? On the second floor, so there's an elevator here. Dr. Renee will direct us. It's my hope that we can be adjourned by about 1:15 today. I think we can facilitate the evaluations efficiently, receive our campus reports, and be done. So I would ask, I would beg you, because we've got to move about 10 people upstairs, that we not, as my grandmother would say, Orlando, we not tarry, all right? let's get to where we need to go. So I have to read this. The Board of Supervisors for Southern University may meet in executive session to discuss personnel matters under the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 42:17. Consideration of the performance evaluation of Chancellors Orlando McMeans, John Pierre, James Ammons, and Rodney Ellens is such a matter. While in executive session, the board may not make any motions or take any votes. Is there a motion to go into executive session? It's been moved and seconded. Dr. Belton, we have to have a roll call vote.
Yes. Attorney Rutledge,
Yes.
Solomon. Yes. Gillum. Lawson. McBride. Mrs. Smith. Dr. Paul. Mr. Taylor, Jarrell. Yes. Dr. Whitfield? This week.
Okay, and we're gonna take them up, members, in the order that they're listed on the agenda. Dr. Ammons will be first, followed by Dr. Ellis, Dr. McMeans, and Chancellor Pierre. reconvene our meeting. The Board of Supervisors met in executive session to discuss the performance evaluations of Chancellors McMeans, Pierre, Ammons, and Ellis. While in the executive session, no motions were made, nor votes taken. I'll entertain a motion to reconvene in open session. Been moved by Dr. Whitfield and seconded by Ms. Williams. Dr. Belton, will you do a roll call, please? Roll call vote on the motion.
Lieutenant Rutledge,
Yes.
Solomon. Mr. Williams,
No, we're voting on the motion. Yes. Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawson. Ms. Reed. Ms. Smith. Dr. Carver. Yes. Taylor Darrell. Yes. Dr. Hill. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Belton. We'll now recognize Dr. Williams for our resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Our June 2021 resolutions are as follows. Condolences to the Houston Johnson Jr. family. Mr. Houston Johnson Jr. was a graduate of Capitol High School, and he continued his education at Southern University, Baton Rouge. Houston was a man of few words, but always willing to help families, students, customers, and friends. Houston was the stepfather of our honorable board member, Arlonda Williams, and uncle of our chief of police, Ms. Joycelyn Johnson. He passed away on May 28th, 2021. Condolences also to Attorney James Edward Burke's family. Attorney Burks was a caring son, father, grandfather, brother, uncle, and cousin. James received a BA from Southern University in 1971 and a JD from Southern University Law Center in 1986. He was a member of the Southern University Alumni Federation and passed away May 18, 2021. Condolences are also extended to Mr. Vernon Johnny Jordan Sr. family. Mr. Jordan completed his primary and secondary education on the campus of Southern University. He was one of the SU-16 who received an honorary degree from Southern University. He passed away on May 21st, 2021. Condolences are also extended to Mrs. Edith Rebecca Becky Nissan family. Mrs. Edith Nissan was a committed educator and mentor to countless number of extended friends and students. She was a recently retired teacher of 39 years in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. She was the wife of Mr. Robert Nissan, the compliance officer for the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. She passed away on June 6, 2021. And that concludes our June 2021 resolutions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Doctor. Is there a motion? Been moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Mr. Lawson. Are there any objections to the approval of the resolution? Hearing none, will stand approved. Ms. Williams. We'll go now to our informational items. Brief legislative update from Dr. Merritt.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the board. Last month, I was extremely brief by saying that we were on track to receive all 7 of the items that we listed as our priorities for the 2021 state legislative session that took place, that ended rather on June 10th of this month. And I'm happy to report again that all 7 of those items are taken care of. Just to let you know what they are, that was continued overall investment. So our funding is in place, as you heard Mr. McClinton mention earlier. Faculty salary increases, check. Continued investment in capital outlay, that's another check there. Equitable land grant funding for the Ag Center. I think Dr. McMeans may address that further, but we did get that in place as well. Support for deferred maintenance, that is happening along the way. And support for our unfunded mandates, which is also part of House Bill 1 in our appropriations. And then an increase in GO grants. That is the need-based tuition assistance program that the state has. It is similar to TOPS, but it's based on need. So we're excited to say that all 7 of those things we can walk away with. This is a first for the university. And also in that historic level, we've not received funding to this extent in about 15 years. So that's another plus, and we are very grateful to our legislative delegation, those who work with us. And I do want to say also, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, that this is a full-out effort across the system. All of our campuses are involved, our system leadership, our alumni, the foundation, through our legislative consultants, Southern Strategy, as well as our legal counsel, making this all work for us. We're in place right now to work on fleshing out some of the legislation and how it impacts policies at the university. So you'll be seeing some of that coming before the board. And I think several of you did have your confirmation hearings as well during this legislative session. So congratulations on that effort. And lastly, Dr. Belton is penning a letter, or has penned a letter to the legislators, letting them know our thanks and appreciation for their support this session. That concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Dr. Merrick. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Very successful session. Dr. McMeans has asked that we postpone the marijuana update until our next meeting. Dr. Snowden is not able to attend today. We go now to item C, our assistant president, Dr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Suffice it to say that the day has been well spent, and I would just simply want to express my appreciation to all of you for your favorable consideration of those items that was put before you today. That ends my report.
Now, Dr. Belton, I know you are going to present your self-evaluation. Okay, so Mr. Hammond is passing that around. Members, Mr. Gillum in the board's office, Mr. Gillum, as you know, chairs our personnel committee. You did receive an email previously with the timeline, and on June 18th, the self-study was due, and it's being provided to you today. I would just ask for those members who are not here, Ms. Taylor-Jarrell and Dr. Renee, that we figure out a way to get that to them, and that we send out the email again that we sent with the timeline to review the self-evaluation and to submit the evaluation form such that it can be scored. Okay, Mr. Gillum, did you have anything else you'd like to add to that? Okay, thank you. We go, Dr. Bell, did you have anything to add to that?
No,
okay.
I think you were fine in the fact that I think it's
Okay, thank you. We'll go now to our campus reports, and we'll begin with our host. And it's been a good 2 days, Dr. Amlin. Thank you for the event last night. It was wonderful. Well, we've had some challenges with our Dr. Amlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First of all, it was indeed an honor and really a pleasure to have the board, our colleagues from across the system here in New Orleans. And I want to thank Dr. Rugan and Mr. Doty and Dr. Meehan and all of the SUNO team who worked to make this meeting an enjoyable one for all of us. Last night was just a beautiful event. And again, I want to thank them publicly for all of the work that they put in to make that happen. I have a couple of announcements that I want to make, and I'll do this now. I want to extend my congratulations to Dr. Bijoy Sahu. I have known Dr. Sahu and worked with him for many years, and I know I have all the confidence in the world, President Belton, that Dr. Sahu is going to do an outstanding job as Executive Vice Chancellor and Provost of Southern University at Baton Rouge. And again, Dr. Sahu, it has been an honor to work with you. And as I said, I know you're going to do a great job, and I still look forward to working with you in your new capacity.
Thank you, sir.
Southern University at New Orleans Police Department just received notification that the police department has received full accreditation from the International Association of Campus Law Enforcement Administrators And that organization is a leading authority for campus public safety. Fewer than 100 agencies nationally have earned this distinction. And the SUNO Police Department is the first public safety agency in the state of Louisiana to gain accreditation from IACLEA. SUNO PD is only the second HBCU to receive this accreditation. And I must say that both of these institutions I've had the privilege to serve as the head. The other one was Florida A&M University, which also has this distinction. So I want to commend Chief Adams and his team for this outstanding achievement. As I said to the board during the evaluation process, this year has been just a phenomenal year for Southern University at New Orleans. And as many of you know, over the last 6 months, we have been working to establish a nursing program here at the university. And this week, the Board of Regents approved SUNO's request to establish the Bachelor of Science in Nursing. And on yesterday, just less than 24 hours later, the Louisiana State Board of Nursing unanimously approved step one, the letter of intent in the feasibility study for SUNO to establish a Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. And I just want to say a couple of things about this three-step process so that everyone will understand. Step one has been accomplished. We have approval by the Board of Nursing of our feasibility study. Step two is our planning year, and we now enter into the phase where we recruit a dean for the School of Nursing. And I also want to thank publicly Dean Sandra Brown and Dr. Spurlock from the Baton Rouge School of Nursing. They have agreed to serve on the search committee. Oshner Health, Ms. Reeves, and also LCMC Health System will also be represented on the search committee. Now, this year, actually started today, the day after approval, begins the planning year. And at the end of the planning year, which will be next August, we will have a visit by the Louisiana State Board of Nursing, where they will come in and they will take a look at the curriculum and all of the policies and procedures for admitting students. We will admit our first class in fall 22. And it will be at that point that we will be able to make a public announcement. I have to announce this to my board and they understand that, but we won't have the big news conference and that kind of thing until the end of that first year. And then step three is final approval, where the first graduates will take the NCLEX and pass it at 80%, at least 80%. And that will happen in 2025 when we will have final approval of the program. And I publicly want to also thank Dr. Carol Seaver, who was our consultant. And I want to thank Dr. Cam, our biology professor, and the biology department, a university curriculum committee, Professor Ramirez, who is the chair of our faculty senate, and Dr. Hardy, who did the finance work so that we could present the budget to the Board of Regents and also the Board of Nursing. And I also want to thank Oshner. I want to thank LCMC Health, because one of the big hurdles that we had was to convince them that we would have the clinical rotations for our students. And both Oshner and LCMC committed clinical rotations to every student who would be in our program. And I also want to again thank Dr. Sandra Brown of the School of Nursing at SUBR. We have a partnership to hire faculty from the PhD and the Doctorate of Nursing Practice program for the faculty here at SUNO, and the SREB Doctoral Scholars Program that is headed up by Dr. Angela Abraham. We have a partnership with them. These are African-American doctoral scholars who want to go into academia. We now have a partnership with them. And so I am confident that we're going to build a strong faculty and we're going to build a strong program here at the university. As I said to the board, the only concern that I have is that we would be able to address all of the demand that we're going to have for this program being here in New Orleans. So again, I want to thank this board. You approved our letter of intent. You approved our full proposal that went to the Board of Regents and to the Board of Nursing. And I tell you, without your approval, we would not be where we are today. And so my thanks to you as well. And I look forward to working with you and keeping you updated as we go through this process of identifying a theme for our new School of Nursing here at the university.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Ammons, for that report on all the great work that's going on here at SUNO. We now go to Dr. Ellis.
Good afternoon again. Let me also thank Dr. Ammons and his team for hosting us for the last couple of days. I've truly been honored to be here and really enjoyed myself. So thank you and your team for being such gracious hosts. The campus report for Southern University of Shreveport is in closing report. However, would like to touch on a couple of quick things. On yesterday, the school hosted Carter Federal Credit Union's ribbon cutting. As many of you all may know, we have a SUSLA Business Center, Innovation Center, and now SBDC on campus. Carter Federal Credit Union, in partnership with the school, have come in to facilitate and be part of the building, and we hosted that, and it was attended by a number of folks from the community. Also on yesterday, our Veterans Upward Bound partnered with Healthy Blue and Oshner's to host its annual community fair, where a number of people came on campus. And about a couple of weeks ago, we hosted an event called Mothers of Men. It was our attempt at SUSLA to use the Williams Center, our male initiative, to target single women in the community with male sons. We had a number of panelists come on campus to talk to these mothers about ways to help stop the violence, to get them on positive tracks. And it was very well received and attended. And finally, as I was driving down on yesterday, I received a call from our SACS VP informing us that that our accreditation package had gone to the CNR committee on yesterday, and that we officially had successfully been reaffirmed for another 10 years. And that there were no additional reports required. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Dr. McGinn.
Good afternoon. And thank you, Dr. Ammons, for the hospitality and an opportunity to talk, and I look forward to some of our upcoming. I really don't have much to add, but I will say that an event that happened right after the board meeting last month, on May 24th, the Southern University Ag Center actually hosted a listening session. And it was based on the USDA debt relief plan, which targeted socially disadvantaged farmers, and in many cases, Black farmers. And that's part of the American Rescue Plan. Present to speak and address any questions was Congressman Cedric Richmond, Senior Advisor to the President, and he's also Director of the Office of Public Engagement. We also had representatives from USDA. We had our local and farmers from all across the state. as well as our Ag Center people. But one of the great things about this event, it was the first official event rolling out that $4 billion fund. As some of you know, it's kind of been interrupted for a bit because of some legalities, but hopefully we'll get it back on page. We cut our first 4 checks in the state of Louisiana prior to them halting the program, so we hope that that gets underway. And the last thing, and I know the board has heard this, but I wanted to give another aspect of it. I had an opportunity to go before Congress on Wednesday of this week, along with 4 other colleagues of 1890 institutions, to talk about the importance of the 1890 system and how we are more relevant now than ever, because most of the communities that was impacted by this pandemic was disproportionately those underserved and minority communities. And so we were seeking resources for infrastructure, for education, health and wellness, and some other related issues. And it was, to my surprise, I was introduced by Congresswoman Letno, and it was a great testament to her how she felt about Southern University as a whole. And I will be meeting with her next week while in DC to thank her on behalf of the Southern University system and let her know we look forward to working with her in the future in those areas related to research, education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, thank you, Chairman Rutledge and members of the board. I want to thank Dr. Ammons and his great staff for hosting us. And again, I want to congratulate Dr. Stop in the Bad News Landmass. I want to thank the board for 2 votes today. One with respect to the cooperative endeavor agreement for the downtown Shreveport Memorial Library. That's the next step in our progress to having legal education come to Shreveport and in the stages that we have put forth. The second thing is the board approved an MOU with the American Diabetes Association. So we're trying something new, and we're going to kind of cross over into law and health and all kinds of stuff. We are now going to start operating for them a diverse and equitable advocacy litigation project. So we're going to help people with diabetes problems solve their problems through our legals, and they have provided us funding to do so. And we're going to be raising money with the help of the Southern University System Foundation. And perhaps this is something we will be known for. That's a signature program in collaboration with the Ag Center, which has a center of excellence with respect to nutrition, which is important, and our various nursing programs throughout the Southern University system. We might have something that really is a signature program that highlights all the efforts of the system. So, and I want to wish everyone happy Juneteenth. Where the Law Center has been involved in many Juneteenth activities. Actually, 2 of our people are in Jackson, Mississippi, leading a group. This is also the weekend that commemorates the brutal murder of Sherna Goodman in Mississippi. It's happened essentially during around the Juneteenth weekend holiday. And so we are leading in programs in Jackson and in Montgomery, Alabama, with respect to Juneteenth, and little did we know that it would be made the effective. So congratulations to all the folks who made that happen in Congress, and again, happy Juneteenth.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Hammonds, for your kind words here, and members of the Board of Supervisors for your trust and your confidence. I remain grateful. You have a package, you have the Chancellor's report in your package. Please allow me to highlight a few things that I think you'll want to know and be proud of. One is the Southern University School of Nursing received funding for a mobile health clinic on wheels. It's called Jag Mobile. I have seen some pictures, but when it comes out, you'll be really proud of this initiative. We take a lot of pride when it comes to academics in terms of access and affordability. Now, School of Nursing is a signature program of ours. We will provide the outreach that people of Louisiana deserve. Those who cannot come to us, we will go to them in terms of access and affordability. It's consistent with our mission, consistent with our legacy. The Nelson Mandela College of Government and Social Sciences successfully achieved reaffirmation of 2 specialized accreditation efforts in the Department of Social Work and in Department of Public Administration. This unit is ably led by Dean Damien H. Gale. The college was also honored with 2 outstanding national recognitions. The psychology program was recognized as an outstanding program in the nation, as was the School of Public Policy in the US World News Report. And that is our effort to put Southern on the national, where people can see the work that we are doing, and that we'll be able to recruit and retain talent at our institution. I want to end by bringing your attention to something that's happening in the College of Business. We have a entrepreneurship development initiative, entrepreneurship seminar that is on national, and we're providing support to minority businesses. As we know, the more minority business will be there will be more minority opportunities in terms of employment and capital creation. So I think I would like to commend the College of Business and its leadership for this minority business support they are providing, both in terms of business formation and business success and sustenance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Hammond, and to your entire team. Very hospitable. We also want to, while we serenaded she and Mr. Hammond last night, today is actually Dr. Regon's birthday, so we wish her a happy birthday. And board colleagues, I know the day has been well spent. Thank you for your patience. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.